could also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then
you
all
have-
404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
have a
on,
very- Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory council during the break. And
you don't need to yell at me either.
yelling
I'm,
at you, okay?
yeah, you are. And you do not need to talk
Okay,
to me that way. I'm very
figure out-
courteous.
Figure out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Figure out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All right.
Hello, beautiful humans. Welcome to the Midlife Revolution. I'm Megan Connor, and that's just one of my favorite moments from court a couple days ago. And that's a great question, Greyhound. Can we ever see this too much? I don't think so. I love the moment when Lorie got escorted out of court by a sheriff at the direction of Judge Boreski. If you are just joining us, if you're new to the channel, welcome. We are here for day 4 of the Lorie Vallow Daybell trial in Arizona, justice for Brandon Boudreaux. We will be live streaming today. It is Tuesday, June 10th. We're going to be streaming the entire proceedings, as well as on another video, I will do a midday recap and a separate video also for a full day recap for those of you who don't want to listen to Lorie's voice. Now, there's a lot of speculation going on this morning about what's going on, because I got lots of information from lots of people. A couple of you beautiful humans emailed me and gave me the heads up that MCSO had ordered Lorie to be transported to court by any means necessary. Well, I've got news for you. This is not new. Let me share something with you. This has been happening every day since Lorie pretended to be sick. This is the minute entry. And you can see, all the minute entries from all the days that we've been in court. And if we go back, now I have to look at my calendar because I even had to wake up this morning and ask, what day is it? I was afraid I was going to miss my flight. So jury selection began on July 2nd. That was Monday. That was the day that Lorie claimed to be sick. And so the judge gave her June. We're in June, everyone. What day is it? June 2nd is when jury selection began. That was the day Lorie said she was too sick to continue. The judge gave her June 3rd off. And then we were supposed to begin again on June 4th. So if we go down to the entry date of June 4th and we look at the minute entry, that's the first day that we saw this order authorizing Maricopa County Sheriff's Office to transport the defendant to court using any means necessary to include force to secure the attendance of the defendant for her trial on 6/4 at 10 a.m. So let me just see what happens. And now I'm going to go back and share this again. That was the first day that we saw that come into the minute entry, June 4th. Lots of other stuff came in for June 4th as well. Then here's June 5th. Motion for change of judge. That was the first thing. And then the second thing, jury selection. And then I keep saying July, I mean June. And sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing there. Thanks for being patient with me, you guys. And then again today, another order for MCSO to transport the defendant to court using any means necessary for her trial. So this is the second time that that order has come down. I have a different theory. And if you were with me yesterday, you probably heard this theory as well. Now, okay, so yesterday, right before the judge ordered everyone out of the courtroom, there was an MCSO administrator in the courtroom. And we know that that would be a normal thing. If Lorie was feeling too sick, she didn't want to do trial, we know that MCSO administrator would be there. However, we also reported that administrator came out of the courtroom, and then there was still something going on in there for quite some time. And here is my theory on that. And I posited this yesterday during my recap. Do you remember all that kerfuffle about crime scene investigator Tammy Lashik? She's the one who collected all of the evidence on the Jeep. And the defense, the unscrupulous defense, dug up all of this dirt about an incident that happened in December of 2024. Now, the evidence was collected on the Jeep in 2019, November of 2019. Or was it December? It might have been December of 2019. That crime scene investigator, processed all of that evidence in 2019. Then in 2024, that crime scene investigator had a mishap at a hotel involving just the hotel staff thought that she was supposed to leave. She actually had another day on the reservation. And so they mistakenly tried to kick her out of the hotel room. When they got to the room, they found out she was inebriated. And that started this whole thing where police were called. She didn't do anything wrong. She did nothing wrong. She was off on her private time in a hotel room by herself, and she did nothing wrong. But the defense wanted to bring all of this in to try and impeach her ability to collect evidence. Well, Trina K wanted all of this sealed. And when Lorie responded to that motion, she basically outed all of the dirty laundry anyway. So I'm guessing that there was a hearing regarding bringing in character evidence on Tammy Lachik, which is so incredibly ironic considering who this defendant is. I'm tired of saying her name. We all know who it is, Miss Shih Tzu Ponytail herself. So that's my speculation, is that there was a hearing about that and that Trina K decided not to call Tammy Lachik, but instead had Detective Pillar testify as to the evidence collection on the Jeep, because that's what happened yesterday. So I think Trina K decided not to call Tammy Lachik. I think that, and that's why Detective Pillar testified to the evidence collection. That's my speculation about what happened in this secret hearing yesterday. So I'm going to remove this banner now because we're done talking about that. And we're about 8 minutes and 50 seconds into this stream, which means that I have 1 minute and 10 seconds where I still have to be a little bit proper in my speech, and then things are going to change. So here's what we have to look forward today. I think that we're probably going to see the storage facility footage. I think Detective Hermosillo might come in. I'm not exactly sure, but I think the case is the state is trying to wind things down. I think they are getting ready. I think Detective Hermosillo is going to be the last witness. So maybe not today, but maybe that stuff will happen tomorrow. But basically, we've already said the state had 22 witnesses on its list so far yesterday. And I apologize. I completely forgot on my recap yesterday. I completely forgot to talk about the first witness that came in, who was the owner of the tint shop that put the tint on the Jeep. He was witness number 10. Then Thomas Miller from the DEA about the license plate reader, number 11. Then Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, the DNA expert, was 12. Lisa Perry from Mesa PD was 13. retired officer Marianne Robb, chef's kiss, no notes. She did an excellent job. She was number 14. And then Detective Pillar took the stand again. Now, if we take Tammy Lachik off of the state's list, that means we've gotten through 15 out of 22 witnesses. And so that means we've got 7 more. We know one of those is Detective Hermosillo. So, Enola Gray, I would love to give her enough credit to say that she was playing sick because of the anniversary of the kid's remains being found yesterday. It was 5 years. I don't think she even knows or cares about that. I don't think that's even a blip on her radar. I think she's just trying to draw things out because I think she knows that Judge Boreski has training next week and that the court is not going to be in session. And, she's just trying to stay in the spotlight as long as she possibly can. I don't think it has anything to do with feeling any sadness or remorse over her victims. So now that we're past the 10-minute mark, and I think the bots from this platform will not get mad at me, I can call her my favorite nickname. We are getting ready to go into court to listen to Hoary Shallow Can't Spell. I'm going to be checking in with Nate Eaton and Justin Lum here in just a second to see what they're reporting, because court was supposed to be in session at 10 this morning, and then the jury was supposed to come in at 10:15. So let me go ahead and share this X feed. Thank you, Diana Johnson, for being a member for 2 months. Okay, sorry guys. I was just looking through chat to see if there were any issues that I needed to address there. Thanks for your patience. So this is Nate Eaton's X feed. I find his reporting to be very detailed, and I really appreciate everything he's done for this case. So here's that, again, that order from the judge, the second time he has ordered her to come to court. And you're right, she probably doesn't want to be there, but not because there's anything wrong with her health, just because she's a terrible person and she could care less about anybody else's time frame. So Nate says Judge Boreski's on the bench. Lorie and her team are at the defense table. Good, they were on time. Prosecution is at their table. Judge says we will proceed with Detective Pillar on the witness stand, which means gird your loins, everybody, because we're getting ready to hear some of the dumbest questioning you've ever heard. And actually, you know what? I just had an epiphany this morning. I completely turned a corner. What if, speculate with me for a second, what if Lorie is actually just the greatest attorney in the world, and we're just unaware of it? I don't know anything about being an attorney. It could be that she's doing something completely new that no attorney has ever done before, and she's actually brilliant. I really think that could be it. She is an amazing prosecutor against herself. She's doing a great job. I'm, of course, 100% sarcastic. I think she's terrible. However, oh my gosh, I have too many tabs open, you guys. However, I am going to be making relentless fun of her today. I have not gone to Costco yet, but we'll do it on my lunch break. Guess what, guys? I'm going to Costco on my lunch break. Talk to text. Sorry, trying to do 10 things at once. So, people made fun of Plato. He was the first one that had ideas of his kind. There are innovators out there all the time. People made fun of Henry Ford. He came up with the assembly line. Maybe Lorie is just actually using a groundbreaking new strategy in the courtroom. And we just don't know it yet. I think that's what I'm going to assume going forward, so that at least I'll have fun while I'm watching this crap show happen. I just have to laugh. I can't do anything else but laugh. So I think I've covered everything that has come up this morning. You know, people speculating about her being sick. I think she probably doesn't want to come to court. That's why she was ordered to come. I think she is claiming to be sick again. You notice yesterday, though, she didn't cough during her cross-examination. She only coughed when the prosecution was up questioning witnesses. Yeah, I love this, Catherine. The Dunning-Kruger School of Lawyering. I think that's what I'm going to call it from now on. Horie Shallow can't spell, who got her lawyering degree from the Dunning-Kruger School. Carmela Milgore, thank you so much. Love your content. Thank you, Megan. You're great at it. Thanks. I appreciate that. There are parts of this that I actually do enjoy. I enjoy the investigation part of it. I enjoy digging into the motives behind Horie's personality disorders. I enjoy sharing with you, beautiful humans, and helping people to understand people like her, and how we can learn how to not do this anymore, how we can have healthier family systems and healthier relationships. That's what I love and enjoy about it. I hate listening to Lorie. I hate her disrespect for the victims and for the courtroom. And yeah. Maybe Horie got her law license at Costco. Definitely. So I am going to be in the courtroom tomorrow, actually. I'm going to do a little time traveling. I'm getting a direct flight. And so that means that I will arrive in Phoenix probably sometime around 9:30ish or so. And I will be heading straight to court, basically. So I will get there as quickly as I can. And that way I will be in the courtroom covering the case. Now that means, what am I going to do with Trial Stream tomorrow? I don't know. I'm trying to find some help with that. Let's just put it that way. And I think I will still be able to do it, but obviously I won't be in chat with you. I will just be in the courtroom, and I will be doing my recaps, of course, but I won't be able to be on the chat stream with you guys. Thank you so much, Diana Johnson. It's always good to find somebody who has a similar sense of humor. I always find a lot of camaraderie in people who see things kind of the same way that I do and can joke about things the same way that I do. And I joke, look, I don't want anybody to think that I'm being disrespectful to anyone, but I have to laugh. A lot of my coping mechanism is to find something humorous in a situation. So yeah, that's the way that I deal with that. So I will be there in court on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And what I'm hoping, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that the state will wrap up its case on Wednesday, tomorrow. And then I'm hoping the jury will only deliberate for about a day or so. And I'm hoping we'll have a verdict actually on Friday. That's really what I'm hoping for. Jennifer Murphy, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. I think I have close to 200 members now on YouTube. And when I get to 200, I will do some members only lives. And Carmela is asking what I'm going to cover next. I do have a couple of cases already that I've talked about that I'm going to cover, but I've decided every Tuesday will be True Crime Tuesday live stream. And so I will be covering whatever is out there that is at this intersection of narcissism, true crime, high demand religion. Basically, that's where I'm going next. I'm going to go back now to Nate's feed because I know that they are in court. I hope that it's a fast verdict. And I am starring a couple of your questions and comments, guys. I'll get to those in just a second after I share this X feed one more time. Let's go ahead and just refresh. Oops, I switched to Justin Lum. Court begins at 10:30. 9 witnesses have testified, including Pillar. 9. State has 22 on its list. Maybe my count is off. Everyone in court now. Quick sidebar, and we're about to begin. Oh, that was yesterday. Dang it. That was day 3. Here we go, day 4. Hey, Michael, good to see you. It's been a while. I owe you a phone call. We have plans to plan. Let's see. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong tab, guys. That was my fault. Okay. So I guess Lorie is now at the stand questioning Detective Pillar. And, yesterday I realized that Court TV had subtitles already, closed captioning already on their video. So I think we're going to use that one today. And maybe I'll just mute Lorie from time to time when I feel like it. That sounds like a better idea. So yeah, somebody was asking about this cookie. This is from Tammy Daybell's cousin. I think Vicky Hoban's daughter brought some cookies to everyone at court. And it says, while Lorie is serving life with her green chili guilt enchiladas, Chad's on death row, still talking about a storm that hit more like a drizzle. Please enjoy this cookie that tastes like freedom. That's super cool. I love that. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, here we go. Lorie begins by asking about Pillar's interview with Brandon in the car. She asks about Pillar telling Brandon not to contact Melanie. Pillar says he tried to contact Melanie to get her side of the story because Brandon and Melanie were separated. Sorry, guys. My daughter is helping me with my laundry because I don't have time to pack before I get on my plane tomorrow morning. So she's helping out. Thank you so much for this Indiana Farm Girl Shih Tzu hair. Thank you. Her hair is ridiculous as the questions she's about to ask. And also, I'm sorry that this is an insult to Shih Tzus everywhere. There was someone in the chat who's a dog groomer making that comment. And so I apologize to Shih Tzus everywhere that you have to share a hairstyle with hoary, shallow, can't spell. McSpunky, thank you so much for gifting memberships. Guys, if you turn gifts on in your settings, then you can receive a free membership from anyone who gifts. And McSpunky is always so generous. Thanks, Lynn Kay, for becoming a member. And I don't know if I already showed Jennifer Murphy, but thank you. Do you think Lorie will cross-examine Agent Smooth Voice? Well, if you're talking about Detective Hermosillo, is that the one we're talking about? Or is it the one who does the cast data has a pretty smooth voice? Paisley Dreams, after the second guilty verdict, will Arizona do immediate sentencing or will there be reports together beforehand? I think from what I'm hearing that there are going to be reports to get together before they actually do the sentencing. I don't think it's going to be immediate, unfortunately, which means I'll have to go out to Arizona again. I don't know if I will go for the sentencing. It's more important to me to be there for the verdict, for sure. So I appreciate those questions, guys. Just scanning through. Thanks again to mods, any of you who are here. I see Alaska's Angel Uncle, and I'm not sure if I saw No More BS, but they were here yesterday. I really appreciate you guys. I did finally get to respond to everybody who asked to be a mod, and I just need channel URLs from those of you who asked, and I can get you on board here, and I could use the help, especially if I'm not going to be on stream for the next 3 days in a row. There is court today. Lorie is in the courtroom. She is questioning Detective Pillar. The live stream is going to start in probably around 2 to 3 minutes. Lee T, yeah. Agent Nick Balance's smooth voice. Yeah, he is the cast data expert. I forgot his name there for a second. So Nate continues. Pillar wanted to let Melanie know a shooting had just occurred. Brandon tried to call Melanie several times and she didn't answer. Pillar did not attempt to call Melanie. Pillar eventually contacted Melanie and she agreed to meet with him the day after the shooting at the police department in a private interview room. Pillar interviewed her. Melanie came in voluntarily. She did not ask for an attorney and spoke with Pillar for around an hour. Lorie asked if Melanie advised him about a business deal that may have gone bad. Trina objects. Again, this is Juice Island, and I have to be careful saying that because someone commented after I brought it up the other day that they thought I said Jews Island. That is not what I said. I said Juice Island was a Hawaiian shaved ice stand that Lorie, Charles, and Melanie and Brandon all went in on together while Charles and Lorie were living in Hawaii. And it did not go well. They all lost money on that. And that's what Lorie's referencing. Pillar asks if she can be more specific. She says yes. Lorie asked if he followed up with anything he learned during the interview with Melanie. He says he did, and they spoke again. Pillar then spoke with Melanie October 14th. She was seeking advice on custodial issues. Lorie asks if Brandon provided Pillar with the VIN number to her Jeep. Pillar does not recall, but he does remember getting the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on. He doesn't remember specifically getting the VIN number from Brandon. Lorie asked Pillar if he discovered on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep at Lorie's household. He did. Lorie asks if Pillar searched for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it. He says no. There was never a green Jeep specifically searched with a Texas plate. He said that would be farmed out to his civilian investigators. They didn't have enough to go on at the moment. Lorie asks how many times Pillar has communicated. Here we go with the quantifying questions. Over the past 5.5 years. Trina objects, asked and answered, as well as potential 404B. Judge overrules, says Brandon was asked the question, not Pillar. Pillar says multiple times, calls and emails. So guys, it's really just, it's my theory that maybe it is that Lorie just is the most brilliant attorney and we just don't realize it yet. Maybe it is important that you get on the record, exactly how many feet you parked away from the potential crime scene. And maybe it really is important to know if somebody kicked a piece of glass in the street and we just don't know it. We obviously are part of the lower 95. And, maybe we just don't realize how dumb we are. Of course, that is all sarcasm. Just scanning through chat to see if you guys have questions over here. And now I'm going to go and check because I'm pretty sure the live feed should be up and running by now.
Lorie Daybell.
Whoa. It is not up and running, apparently. They're going to start in about 15 minutes, it says. About 12 to 15 minutes. So I will check back in there in just a minute. Yeah, Lorie is in the upper 95, obviously. Salt and pepper, I realize how dumb we are. Yeah, I'm really grateful that my daughter is helping me out. I have a huge long list of stuff that I need to do before I leave tomorrow. And she's helping me out a lot. So sending info via email. I'm not sure what I missed in chat here, but yesterday a lot of people were asking for this bracelet that says justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, and Tammy. And then I wrote Brandon in here, but it's kind of fading now. I don't have the bracelets, but Crusha does and Janine Harrop does. So if you send me your address, I will try to make sure that you get a bracelet. Janine Harrop is the one who had those made and distributed them at the Children's Memorial Service last April. Dog Mom, I heard from another person that Lorie's family was sending food and clothing to Nate's newsroom. I don't understand that. Did you hear that? Not sure it's true. I don't know if it's true. Nate said that someone had dropped clothes off at their station in Idaho. But I don't know who is sending her clothes. It's possible that her family is. I think it's possible that maybe her mom provided clothes for her for her trial in Idaho, but I don't know that for sure. It's just a rumor. I don't think anyone's going to charge for those bracelets. They were already made, and they were being given out for free. So let me, I have a little thing where I can show. There we go. Ta-da, there's my email address, askmegan with 2 E's @gmail.com. That's where it is. It's going to take me a while to get through it all, but I will have some help on that as well. So askmegan@gmail.com, that's Megan with 2 E's. Her line of questioning seems to look for inconsistencies with prior witnesses. That's the only thing I can glean from it. Could be intelligent cross, my professional, humble opinion. Thank you for that. Ada Shaw, JD, I'm guessing JD means that you are an attorney. So I appreciate that input. I have often wished that I just had an attorney on speed dial that I could ask all of these questions since Lorie started representing herself. Do you get a hairstylist in prison? I don't think so, but if you believe the movies, they have a hair salon in prison, and she probably could be a hairstylist as her prison job. So, nice. Family law attorney in California. Well, I will keep that in mind just in case I ever need one of those. I've got a dear friend who is a criminal attorney, criminal defense attorney in Los Angeles. And she had offered at one point to come on and talk about it with me, but she's so busy with trials that I don't think she's had time. So I'm going to go back to Nate Eaton. SC Girl, this is hilarious. How much do the bracelets cost? $1, $2 to $3, more than $5? Is it less than $10? Is it more than $22? Is it more than $22.50? It reminds me of On the Price is Right. Or no, what was that show where they had to guess? Yeah, I think it was The Price is Right. They had to guess the price of something, and they would get really close, and they would say $250, $251, $252. Maybe that's what Lorie's stuck on. We know she loves game shows, so maybe that's what it was. Lorie asked Pillar about Melanie Centrina, asked for a sidebar on that. Well, here we go. Is it going to come in? Are we going to have some 405 today? Let me refresh Nate's Twitter feed. Thanks, Heather. I love it here too. Oh, clicked on the wrong thing. I'm glad you guys are here. Thanks so much for joining me this morning. I really appreciate the beautiful community that we have here, and absolutely love how kind and respectful you guys are in chat. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I've got messages coming in. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I unfortunately had a battery issue with my son's car yesterday, and I had a tire issue with my car, both of which I have to take care of before I leave tomorrow so that my kids can get around while I am out of town. Hawkeyes, thanks so much. You've changed so many lives. I'm looking forward to my coaching. Yay! I'm booked. Yay! That's exciting. I support you 100%, and thank you for your hard work. I love your personality. New skit I'm looking forward to. Awesome. I also did do some clipping out this morning. Now, somebody made a comment to me that if Lorie opens the door, that there would be a mistrial. Maybe Shaw JD, Ida Shaw JD, you can comment on that as to whether or not that's a thing that can happen. I didn't think that would be the case. I thought they would just go and have a 405 hearing and decide what could come in. So let's see what happened here. Lorie has her advisory attorney hand Pillar a document He says it's an email exchange between him and Brandon. Lorie moves to publish the email. Prosecutor objects. Judge says we have already discussed the exhibit and the objection is sustained. Lorie asks a question about financial information between Brandon and Melanie. Trina asks for a sidebar. White noise is played. I've been spelling Melanie's name wrong. No E on Melanie. Yeah, Melanie just ends with an I. Lorie asks if Pillar requested financial documents and information from Brandon about Melanie. He says yes, it was information about Melanie's financial gain if Brandon died. Lorie asks if Pillar reviewed the documents when they were sent to him. He did. She asks if he included them in his investigation. He says they are included in the investigation. Lorie asks if Melanie gave her theory about what happened on October 2nd, 2019. Not that he can remember, Pillar says. Lorie wants to show Pillar a document. Her advisory attorney walks it up to him. Lorie asks if this is one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to him that he reviewed. Pillar says it doesn't have any headings or footers on it. He says it appears to be a Word document and he can't testify that it's what Brandon sent him. Lorie asks if he recognizes it as something he has read before. He's reviewing the document. Pillar says he does not remember this. He says a lot of correspondence was shared and it looks familiar to allegations he's heard about the investigation, but he doesn't remember this specific document. Lorie says this is part of the 7 screenshots that Brandon sent to him. He says, okay. Lorie says during this time, he was still gathering information. Trina objects that there is no foundation, time frame, etc. Lorie asks if he has ever read the information on the screenshot. He says it's possible if it was sent to him in an email. Sorry, just searching through chat for the answer to my question. If anyone says, yeah, Melanice is how we refer to Melanie sometimes. Judge said 405 hearing would occur if Lorie opens the door and her murders could come in about her character. So he said we'd have a very short hearing. So court started at 10:15. They are on time, but there is that 30-minute delay so that they can edit out anything that needs to be redacted from the live stream. And I'll just tell you guys, I am going to be here, of course, listening, but I will not be in chat as much today just because I have so much to get done before I leave tomorrow. And I'm going to the trial feed now. It has started. We're just people coming into the courtroom. Again, it is on that 30-minute delay. So what we're going to see and hear is what we've already reported from Nate Eaton. And I will, as we go along, I will star some questions. If I can, I will answer what I can. But again, I will be in chat a little bit less today. Thank you so much, Alaska's Angel Uncle, just so that I can be running errands and getting other stuff done as well. So during breaks, I will have commentary and a little discussion. And then again, I will have an afternoon live stream, a recap, but I will leave this live stream open for the entire day. So no matter what time it is, as long as the live stream for court is going, then this live stream will be open. So what I'll do is go over to the other one, do my midday recap, and then come back to this one and then do a final recap at the end of the day as well. So if you're joining us for the first time, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for chatting with us and being here with us. I really appreciate all of you being here. So I will turn off my camera and microphone right now, and we will go straight to the live feed. Thanks again, guys. I don't hear any audio
Jury's not
coming.
present.
There we go.
We want to have the witness back on the witness stand.
Yes,
Ready to proceed?
it is.
Defense? You ready to proceed with your cross?
Sure.
All right, you can go ahead and get ready up at the podium if you like. We'll bring the jury in. No, it looks- Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All right, the jurors can be seated when they get to their seats. If the jury is present, please be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Detective Pillar, yesterday we were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the car, and you said it was about 25 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie. Is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie. And then after that, I encouraged him to not answer and to simply contact me if she were to contact him.
And what do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early on in the investigation, since that was the one name that he most recently had a recent relationship falling out with.
So who tried to contact her and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I can return back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had, and I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
So who ended up calling her? You called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer,
No,
but you didn't attempt to call her directly.
not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day.
Yes, as we also had his phone, so
Oh, that's right.
that made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
That
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
so did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie Boudreaux at the time, now Pulowski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
Was that still on October 2nd or was that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed her
yes,
and she came in voluntarily
yes,
and talked to you?
yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No,
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
approximately 1 hour.
Okay.
It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some
Object
business
hearsay.
deals that
I'm going to
Brandon was involved in?
again to
The
hearsay.
objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes,
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
can you be more specific about what was offered?
Yeah, sure.
If you're gonna offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider. If you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes,
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th. So a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her, is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on in our investigation, which when running a license plate, we also received the VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreaux.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs from their incident in
So
July.
after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
The images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
the color of it being gray, no,
Okay.
not early in the investigation.
Did you search for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep of Wrangler with a Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out though, is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreaux in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered as well as potential 404B issues.
I think she asked Mr. Boudreaux those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreaux multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed exhibit 192 from the defense. Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
It appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreaux to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes, I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email?
State would object. We're going to go into
We
that.
already discussed this exhibit. It's I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you request that Brandon provide you with financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
All right.
Detective Pillar, did you request that financial information regarding Melanie from Brandon?
Yes,
And did he provide you with that information?
yes,
And did he provide you with financial documents you requested in another email?
I know we've discussed financial documents and everything I was sent, I believe, was via email, but I don't know what specific one you may be referring to, but I think it's safe to say yes, that there were emails exchanged about Melanie Boudreaux, Pulowski's financial records being sent to me.
Right. So her financial gain if something were to happen to Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Sustained.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019 that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd
Okay.
have to see it, which I'm,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and relevance.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just
Hold-
want to know what
Hold
he
on.
knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay.
is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you? That you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or footers on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this is a attachment to the email from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before? The information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply
Sure.
reviewing what I can
Sure.
to see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging. I must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document
Okay.
being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreaux on this date to send you these documents,
Hmm.
that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period? Are we talking about February? Is there a
Yeah,
date
can
on
you
there?
clarify the time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th,
email? February
yes.
12th. All right, so rephrase the question with that in it.
So my question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
I really wish that I could be a fly on the wall and hear what is going on in those sidebars. I bet it would be more evidence of Lorie's brilliant defense strategy. So if Trina decides to bring in 404, 405, she can't just openly say whatever she wants to say. It has to be in a line of questioning that makes sense. She can't just ask Detective Pillar if Lorie has been convicted of any crimes. So it has to be a way to make that it makes sense and a way that it won't get brought up in an appeal. as far as I understand correctly. I've also had a lot less lawyer training than Lorie has, so I could be wrong.
Tesla for a second. What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car and was sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself
Mhm.
was discarded,
Was what?
thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreaux, to dispose of.
Okay. And it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No,
Why not?
we collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there and the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all? Like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole through the window outside of the images that have been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been. So kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the property and evidence building where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the hole, the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No, the
The bullet hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the cell phone that the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreaux, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator. We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
but not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun that was used? How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had the ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact. Those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot. Because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing, we had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreaux's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreaux saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreaux told to you though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle,
Correct.
his belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreaux did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5.
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was
no.
that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked prior to Mr. Boudreaux arriving and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with no, again, once again, no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors. Is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes,
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right?
Mhm.
Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those 2?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise. That was not a normal noise. That
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly, I mean more than one person heard.
So 2 is multiple in your book. Is that correct?
In this case, we have more than 2 that have testified, but there are others that made.
More than
admission-
2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name. I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreaux, who heard that.
Mhm.
And then we had, those are the 2 that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people. Is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler.
Mhm.
Would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray colored hardtop two-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
uh, November 19th, 2019?
Mhm.
Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray colored hardtop two-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this is your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray colored two-door Jeep.
Thank you. Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait. Thank you. There's something else in this affidavit that I'd like you to look at. I'll just take out what you want. Okay.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It is this last paragraph, correct? Ms. Daybell?
Yes,
Okay, let me
yes.
just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined
The first
part of-
underline, okay.
of that paragraph. Have you reviewed that, Detective?
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show? you-
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the exhibit? contained in the record. So that'll be, just refer to it as Exhibit 202. Please. Just that page that what we were talking about in the sidebar.
Detective, in preparing to investigate this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first name basis, is that correct?
Yes, again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded
And the Tesla was given back.
to Mr. Boudreaux, yes.
Did he come pick it up or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the property and evidence building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there,
property evidence building, yes.
was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a
my memory.
cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our property evidence building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it
We would
at the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No,
Okay. And why was it collected?
Because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information thought it should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreaux was a smoker, right?
No,
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
no.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreaux if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes. So I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes,
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
the garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think that you left? When you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla at the property building,
Mhm.
yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said around October 14th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to a attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that
I'm gonna check.
Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes.
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was seeking help, but you really didn't have any for her, is that
Check
correct?
again to relevance.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Yes.
before we start?
All right, Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreaux to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lorie Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lorie Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark colored or gray colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from.
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates. And that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreaux stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreaux get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreaux saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running,
yes,
same direction as Brandon gave,
yes,
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes.
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
Correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes.
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
No, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
You were asked a lot about the interview of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both. I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes,
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
yes,
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abitamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes,
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreaux's home on that video.
Yes,
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
yes.
When was that?
Is at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes,
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
yes,
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
yes,
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No,
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was shot that day?
no,
Could a handgun kill someone?
yes,
Could a rifle kill someone?
yes.
You were asked yesterday about LPR, license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No,
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
that is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes,
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
yes,
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
yes,
You were asked a bit about a cast report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes,
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
yes, it did.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you had with interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And would it be fair to say, Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you are investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you are also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes,
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
correct.
were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
Yes.
Fremont County LPR readers,
Yes.
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
Yes.
from search warrants that they were executing,
Yes.
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
Correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes. It was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes.
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
Yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. I see at least one. Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify, did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreaux at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, on those 3 questions from the defense,
No, Your Honor.
from the state.
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately, you said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple of parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a forensic scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the city of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample?
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor? What is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
So when you are provided with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
And so was the process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinoso?
After I completed the analysis of my samples, I compared the results from my samples to any known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes.
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I
Do you-
do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if it has writing on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
from the steering wheel?
Yes,
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
it was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from the report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting from the passenger seat belt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile for that?
No, this was also an inconclusive DNA result.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you provided with swabs from the lug nuts from the spare tire of that Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this DNA profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
So again, there's DNA there, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, this is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female origin.
Did you have a major contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
Were you able to make any determinations as to sex of any of those contributors?
Yes, I made a determination that Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location, the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
Now, so for the gear shift, you can't eliminate him because there's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion?
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive and the major is conclusive.
So the major was the DNA profile that you compared then to Alex Cox?
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes, the frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 23 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, and 1 in 2.78 octillion Southwestern Hispanics.
Septillion. I think that's a different number. What is that?
Septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
So a higher frequency even than the other match.
Yes,
So in this case, 2 of the swabs that you tested, both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle, had major contributors where the DNA profile from those 2 items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
yes,
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing these swabs to the known sample of Alexander Cox?
it did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, let's recess for lunch. Can we resume at 1:15, everyone? Okay. We'll resume at 1:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, guys, I'll have a few comments for you right before I head over to my midday recap. So hang out here for just a second before we go over there, and I'll put the link in the chat for you. That's definitely Colby's hair right there.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. After a sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714. The purpose for that is just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular witness. So just for the record, that will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for the defense. There's a draft of final instructions there. Please take a look at those when you get a chance. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, thanks so much for being here today. I'm going to keep this live stream going while I do my midday recap, and then I will take a quick break and come back over here. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody who gave super chats and stickers. I was actually at Costco during a lot of that testimony, getting my battery situation taken care of. So thank you to Fabulous Bad Bitch Hawkins. Her hair is green gray like the Jeep, but she's thick as pig. If anyone fell for her is a mystery. Thank you for that. And thank you, Puzzle Pieces, for the super sticker. And I will see you guys over at the midday recap. Here is the link for you. If you want to go over and watch that, great. If not, I will see you back over here after a quick break for lunch.
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion. Anything else? Are you done? Are you just going to keep?
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
have a
on,
very- Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're gonna introduce how you have great character and good character, we're gonna have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory council during the break. And
you don't need to yell at me either.
I'm
I'm,
yelling at you, okay?
yeah, you are. And you do not need to talk
Okay,
to me that way. I'm very
figure out-
courteous.
Figure out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Figure out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All right.
Hello, beautiful humans. It is getting to be about that time for court to be back in session. In fact, court already is in session. We are just waiting for the live feed to start back again. In fact, I need to push play on it because it's been on pause for quite a while, I think, during this whole thing. I'm going to skip it up to 2x just to make sure it will catch up properly. And then I will go to reading some X posts, and thank you to all of the mods and to all of you chatters for everything that you're doing while I am away from the keyboard, AFK, as they say. My son is cringing over there. He hates it when I try to talk like him. Sorry about that. So I'm very busy getting ready to get on a plane tomorrow morning. So I really appreciate you guys taking care of each other and for the support today. I really, really appreciate it. So last we left off court, we had Vanessa Milgie, and surprise, surprise, Lorie had no questions for that witness. So very interesting, although not surprising. All right, so I'm going to search here for Nate and see if he has his afternoon feed started. Yes, he does. Okay, he says we're back in the courtroom. Oh, let me share it with you because I know some of you guys like to read along with me. Running Bear, I got your email, but for whatever reason, I can't add you with just your @ sign. So if you can send me your channel URL, that would be really helpful. I'd appreciate it. Okay, back in the courtroom, spotted Rexburg Police Detective Ray Hermosillo in the lobby waiting area. Lorie filed a motion weeks ago asking that he not be allowed to testify. Judge denied it. Ha ha. Last time Hermosillo testified was in Chad Daybell's April 2024 trial in Boise, Idaho, and I did get to meet him at Charles's trial and shake his hand and say thank you to him for everything he's done. It was emotional for me meeting him and some of the other members of law enforcement that have helped with this case. And last night, all I could think about was all the people who served at Chad Daybell's property that day. I'm just so grateful to all of those people who did that amazing work that probably changed their lives forever. I'm very grateful for that. Nate says, Boreski's on the bench. Lorie's at her table with the defense team. Trina Kay, her paralegal, and Detective Pillar are at the prosecutor's table. The judge asked for the jury to be brought in. The next witness is Kai Mueller from the Phoenix Police Department. He's the forensic scientist lab supervisor. He's trained in examining gunshot residue. So as he explains his background, several jurors take notes. Trina asks what GSR is. Small metallic particles formed from the discharge of a firearm, he says. Residue is made up of lead, barium, and antimony. Would you be surprised to learn that we learned that yesterday from Lorie? She looked it up. GSR particles are not visible. They're very small and they can't be seen with the naked eye, he says. A high-powered microscope is used to analyze the GSR. Same particles are generated regardless of the firearm or ammunition that is used. Before you ask, Lorie, there's not different GSR from different kinds of guns. So that's basically what is going on right now in the courtroom. I'm going to go back to showing the screen for the live feed, and then I'm going to mute for just a second while I finish up my lunch. So thank you guys for being here. Please take a second to leave your DNA sample on the like button. I would appreciate it. Okay, guys, it is 3:45. That means we are officially now 30 minutes past the time of court starting. And so lunch is over. They've been back in the courtroom for about 30 minutes. So I'm guessing that we're going to get that live feed coming in at any moment now. Again, it says we'll be streaming again at 4:45 Eastern, but it is now 4:47 Eastern. So where is it, guys? I don't like waiting either. It makes me anxious as well.
Who's the state going to call next?
Kyle Mueller. Kyle Mueller?
You want to get
Yeah,
them
I can go
ready?
get it.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Come on, Court TV, take your thumbnail down. Oh, somebody's having issues. Who is it running things over there? Me?
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up. Just stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in.
You please spell your first name. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, you're gonna have us go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, and then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence. whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that, and I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the city of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. So, and for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the SEM, or excuse me, in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those 3 elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine that when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day, or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Would it be impacted if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with and then how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, excuse me, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area. The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, and that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials and those stubs are essentially, they come in a GSR kit that's labeled depending on the evidence, and then start my note-taking process regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from, and then I essentially take those stubs out of those vials and place them in an instrument called an SEM EDS. And that essentially stands for Scanning Electron Microscopy with Energy Dispersive X-ray Spectroscopy. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm introducing those stubs into that SEM because it's a very high power microscope to view these very small particles. I then analyze the kit with a program that we have for looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements you are looking for. What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has all 3 elements is called characteristic, meaning that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge of a firearm. 2 of those, so a consistent particle is 2 of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is also, or excuse me, lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, or does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container and then each vial itself is also individually sealed? with
So-
the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes,
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits. From 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs that may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first, I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. If GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes,
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR?
Yes,
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
that means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means 2 of the 3 elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and put that in my notes.
All right. When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium. That is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated consistent with and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window,
Yes,
did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged and you think of that plume of smoke, those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay, so you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the 3rd vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all 3 of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was again in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed.
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR where all 3 elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3 component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all 3 particles did you find together, grouped together?
So 2, 1 on the driver's side and 1 on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just 2?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than 2 from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the 2 that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed 3. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly. For the characteristic particles with all 3 elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3 particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other two classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all three types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the two combination, and all three together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last name? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where is Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a detective, Nolan McDermott, from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay, so those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road,
We
Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could
Sure.
you repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lorie Vallow?
Yes,
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lorie Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lorie Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. I may have my paralegal approach. And you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some. Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you, went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lorie Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lorie Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes,
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay. But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes,
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes,
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
no, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes,
And does that include focus? A receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona?
correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes,
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lorie Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I believe
Were they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lorie Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
And was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well? On November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant exhibit 135. I get out my paralegal approach.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use or?
Could he point to the
Behind you.
TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you
Can
could
I
get
follow
up
that?
and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here. And the front door is this way. So the garage where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th. And that's right near the 175 you're describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreaux was also living at the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence. At 175.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Now, did you become, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lorie Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lorie Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No, no objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 submitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lorie Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lorie Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lorie Vallow was there?
We went to unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lorie was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is submitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lorie's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all 3 apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any 3 of these residents when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lorie Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am,
no groceries?
nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed their everything hanging. There were no clothes and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lorie Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
I wonder if I've shown the defendant exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops,
Yes, cut off.
May
just a
pull
little.
out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lorie Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top, you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lorie Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lorie Vallow, before she became Lorie Vallow, was Lorie Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lorie Ryan, then Lorie Vallow, and now Lorie Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location of the storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lorie Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Were there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did,
Things like passports and bills.
correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20 something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier, I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lorie Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then furniture in there.
Correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle.
Correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct?
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock.
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreaux?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreaux had been married to Brandon Boudreaux, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lorie Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus.
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lorie Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes,
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes,
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units.
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at Unit 175, Lorie Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at Unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Shown defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. You recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lorie Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lorie Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at the storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. If I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit?
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st. And as October 1st is the day that the documents show she rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lorie Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
We can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lorie Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lorie Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lorie Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
And we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10/1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lorie Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together, of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lorie Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No,
So she's by herself on the first.
correct.
And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. And if we can stop it around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lorie Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting.
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lorie Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52.
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lorie Vallow and Chad Daybell.
We show video 32742. those two people getting out of the vehicle
Yes,
and going into into the building.
yes.
On this day, did you see these two individuals putting any items into unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, video 32901. So is that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue?
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only two items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. Is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605. Are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Well, my mind is blown. I have just spent the last probably 30 minutes or so processing.
Anything we need to discuss before recess?
Oh, sorry.
Nothing
Hang
for
on.
the state.
Okay.
Okay, did she say nothing? I thought she did, but I couldn't hear exactly what she said. So I've spent the last about 30 minutes or so processing because I don't know how in the world I missed this before. I always knew that Alex's apartment was 175 and Melanie's was 174. I couldn't remember the number of Lorie's, but I always assumed that the place that was furnished, the place where everybody hung out, the place where the kids slept, the place where Melanie Gibb came to do her podcast, I always assumed that that was Lorie's unit. And whenever I was visualizing in my mind the CAS data and the GPS pings, I was always thinking of it that way and thinking about at the time that Alex spent at each place. I was envisioning it that the kids and Lorie lived at 107 and Alex lived at 175. I don't know why I didn't put this together before. I really don't. I'm just having a hard time with it because it completely changes my perspective on what actually happened on September 9th and on September 23rd. Well, early morning hours of the 23rd. Yesterday, Gigi McKelvey did a post on X where she noted that the day that Alex dropped the Jeep off at the window tinting place was also the day that he took JJ's body to Chad Daybell's property. So, so I'm putting this all together now, and it's just it's bringing up a lot of things for me again because it's blowing my mind because meaning who was where, like at what time and how things happened. And this has always been my big, huge question, is what happened to Tylee? Because there were all those cell phone pings from Alex's phone on the way back from Yellowstone. And if anybody can help me out with this, I would really appreciate it. I can never figure out, did Lorie and Alex take separate cars to Yellowstone? I've only ever seen I've only ever seen the cell phone pings from Alex's phone after Yellowstone. I've never seen the cell phone pings from Lorie after Yellowstone. So did they take two separate cars? Did Lorie bring JJ home in a separate car? And did Alex have Tylee in the truck with him? Because of all of those stops that he made on the way home from Yellowstone. This is the first time I've ever said this publicly. So there's only photography of the F-150. I don't remember ever seeing any pictures from Yellowstone except that one picture with Alex and Tylee and JJ. That's the only one I remember seeing. I don't remember seeing pictures of cars or vehicles or anything. So Sorry, I just saw something in chat. Remember they had that party and Alex brought JJ out of the house. They were together. Well, that wasn't that night. That wasn't until the 22nd. That was when Melanie Gibb, David Warwick came over to do a podcast with Lorie, and Alex brought JJ back into the house, supposedly asleep on his shoulder. I'm talking about September 9th, Yellowstone. So anyway, I'm just trying to figure out, that's always been my question, is what happened to Tylee and all of those cell phone pings on the way back from Yellowstone. I know it's not clear really the connection that I'm making between the townhomes, but I'm going to go over this, and that's why I asked for help with the timestamps in that video. If it's day 11 of the Chad Daybell trial, I know that the testimony is Detective Nick Balance, and all I'm looking for is when he goes over the cell phone pings of Alex's phone the night that Tylee was killed and the night that JJ was killed, because that it completely changes what I think might have happened. It's my opinion that Tylee did not make it home from Yellowstone. And I haven't talked about this publicly before, because there's a lot of information that we don't have. And I don't think any of those questions are going to get answered necessarily in this trial. But this is really good, because this is reminding me that I want to talk to Detective Hermosillo. I thought I had all of my questions answered, but I clearly don't. Anyway, I don't think anybody has footage of vehicles coming and going, but I do know we have those cell pings. Okay. I've never seen these pictures. Oh, I didn't know this, Lee T. Thank you. Tylee was in the front seat of the F-150 in the passenger seat, couldn't tell back seat, Quint license plate was on. I've never seen that before. Thank you. If there are pictures, if somebody knows where they are, I would love to see them. I've been to the apartment complex. I went when I went for the memorial for the kids. And again, I was under the assumption that 175 was Alex's and that Lorie and the kids lived in 107. So anyway, Tylee died on, we think, September 9th of 2019. That was the day that the picture at Yellowstone was taken. So what is David talking about? Spies in Rexburg, in every LDS stake. Somebody could put that back in the chat. Or David, you could always email me. I don't always get to answer all my emails, but I get I do see them. I do get to read them. I'm not just always able to get to them very quickly is all. Anyway, I'm feeling lots and lots of emotions coming back up. Lots of familiar feelings of grief coming back. So yeah, Lee T, thank you for sharing that with me. I didn't know that. Again, just because between June 9th of 2020 and I want to say it was April 1st or so of 2023, I didn't look at anything that had to do with the case. So I didn't know anything going into Lorie's trial except what had been shown, on the news and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, that's what I'm going to be digging into in my recap tonight. The license plate CP Quint, I believe, is a reference to Captain Quint from the movie Jaws. Alex loved to say that quote, "Here's to swimming with bald-legged women." So I think that could be what it is. His email address was Homer J. Maximus. So he named all of these things after his favorite, movie characters and stuff like that. So yeah. So anyway, I'm going to take a little break from chat. I'm just going to focus on taking notes and squeezing my squishy ball, because that helps me to stay in my body and to stay peaceful. So yeah, bow-legged women. Anyway, I appreciate you guys being here, and thank you so much for all of your contributions and humor in the chat. I really appreciate it. It helps me so much. Yeah, I'll be back for some more comments when court is over, and then it's going to take me a little while to get together my recap from trial today. So just know that the time for my recap may change, but if you have notifications on, then you'll get the notification of when I'm going. So anyway, that's all. Thank you guys so much. I'll just say to Rowan, for you, because it's easier than me typing it all out, there were a lot of stops on the way back from Yellowstone. There was one stop at a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore. But there were multiple stops beside the road, over near reservoirs. In my opinion, I think, getting rid of evidence potentially, but it took Alex's truck a really long time to get back from Yellowstone. And I don't remember exactly how long. And I wish I could look up all of those cell phone pings, but I just don't remember where they are. And I don't, I've got some screenshots, but I don't exactly remember where they are. So I'll have to do some digging and make another video at some point.
What's with the dog and All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lorie Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lorie Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. Is this again the driveway? We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to the hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see 2 people coming in. Is that going to unit C-52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those 2 people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those 2 people as?
That is Lorie Vallow again and her brother, Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the two parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lorie Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224 channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
That's correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. So we see her vehicle leaving about a little before 3:15,
Yes, ma'am.
or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 p.m.
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lorie Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 p.m. and we see them leaving about 1:15 p.m. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreaux's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg, probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public. I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range.
Correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met the Almo, thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd an Alex Cox at 2:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, You noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Started with a 304 area code.
correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes,
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
yes,
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
that's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. If I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes,
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
that's correct.
And is that how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes,
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
that's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes,
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes,
So Exhibit 180 has previously been admitted. These are the track phone records for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes,
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
correct.
See the best way to do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes,
as the phone that was activated?
yes,
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And again, the same store number, 5494,
correct.
same date and time,
Yes,
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with the
Yes.
769 ending there.
yes,
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes,
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th, of 2019?
yes, they did.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
yes,
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
That's correct.
We'd heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights flying to Rexburg.
So the closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
Yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of homerjmaximus@gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those homerjmaximus@gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes,
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search in fact Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon your review of these homerjmaximus@gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
At the end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
Or is that a
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time?
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th a search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop, Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint
Yes.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things search for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th? Or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th.
Correct.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
Correct.
in an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd,
That's correct.
that the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that use on a device is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google.
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th, a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2:17 p.m. I'm going to use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 17 a.m. on October 2nd,
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting.
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
Now, the shooting we've heard is about 9:14 a.m. After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9:40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my
Oops,
screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa? And then later we see Moab, Utah.
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Or minus 6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Showing defendant exhibit 175, if I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes,
And then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
correct.
the Pine Top search.
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes,
Idaho Falls.
yes,
And do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe. So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then these searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes,
the Holbrook,
yes,
Moab,
yes,
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lorie Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also require that to your past agent? And that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lorie Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lorie Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes,
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
yes,
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes,
And are those just some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
that's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lorie Vallow?
Yes,
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lorie Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lorie Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lorie Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS or United States Postal Service change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area, again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You'd talk to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lorie Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lorie Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, you did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lorie Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lorie Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lorie Vallow is searching for, or Lorie Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lorie Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I'm not seeing any, sir. You can step down. Break for the day. All right, given that it's a little bit after 4:15, we'll recess for the evening. Let me just check. I think we can start again tomorrow at 10:15, but let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want. Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
Guys, I'm stunned.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'm looking at the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, so defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests, if the defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Guys, I'm actually shocked. I'm actually completely stunned all the way to the floor. I cannot believe that she did not cross-examine or want to cross-examine Detective Hermosillo. If there was any opportunity for her to impeach any of the evidence that was brought forward that is the most damning against her, this would have been her chance. This would have been it. And like, I mean, why should I be surprised, right? I agree with you guys, what you guys are saying, that that she's scared of him. She's absolutely terrified of this man. And if you remember, she this was the person that was deemed dark by Chad Daybell and Lorie Vallow. He was rated dark, and Melanie Pulowski asked Chad Daybell, how can we get him to stop? How can we get Hermosillo to stop? I remember that text from Chad Daybell's trial. So I'm very relieved that we're not going to have to listen through another cross-examination of Lorie. But I guess we're going to find out tomorrow morning if there is going to be any witnesses for the defense whatsoever. I think we're going to find out if she's going to testify. I don't think she will. I really don't. I think that her not cross-examining Lieutenant Hermosillo is her throwing up her hands and saying, I'm done. I don't think the state proved its burden. And she's just going to give her, pardon my French, weak ass closing statement and say they didn't prove their burden. I think she will not have witnesses. She will not testify. And I think we're going to hear closing statements tomorrow. So that's great for me. I don't, Marilyn Sweet, if I remember correctly, I think Trina K said that there was no plea deal on the table, that there never was one and she was never offered one. That's what I'm understanding. So I appreciate you guys so much being here, and thank you so much for being in chat, for your support, your kindness. I will do my recap. I think I'm going to try to make it brief because I have a lot to do. I don't know what to say, you guys. I'm gonna need about 5 minutes to take some deep breaths, and then I'm gonna jump on and try to make it brief so that I can feel peaceful about traveling tomorrow. So I just can't thank you guys enough. I don't know what to say, honestly. So much support and love and kindness here from you guys that it's been really, really wonderful having you here. And I just appreciate you. I appreciate all the mods. Thank you so much. Those of you who I'm still working on getting your usernames in there, I apologize. It's just been a lot. So I apologize. I'm sorry I haven't been in chat, but it was necessary for me to not be. And I was able to take some notes so I can do my recap. So anyway, I'm so grateful for all you beautiful humans. I will see you in a few minutes. Let me give you the link for the daily recap. It'll take me just a second to grab it here. And as you are on your way out, please take a second to hit the like if you don't mind. And I will see you again very soon, just a few minutes away. I did get, if you sent me emails, I saw them coming in. I haven't been able to look at most of them, but I will. So thank you guys so much. I will see you very, very soon. And I'm actually going to leave you with one of my favorite moments from court.
I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right. Are you done?
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion. Anything else?